Oh dear. Message from me, or do you just have your own context for it? Excellent. Well, yeah. So let's start with how and what dark is. Lovely chat with Harry. Oh, fantastic. Yes. You only put in 11 lines and lines. Oh, sorry. It's a form of magic, and that shoes is not keeper. It's not from keeper. Someone's a big man, he's a good hitter, and starts to lead you. Numbers for Wheel and Sunlight. Connie Wheel is 12. And Jasper Sunlight, or Jay Sanford as it's called, is 17. Ivan Marsden Field 2 for the Brisbane Premier League brought to you by Mazda. This is the third slot of matches for the day, and in green we have the Western Power coming off a very comfortable victory over the Southern Rockets in the previous game on this field. They're up against the Moreton Magic in purple, who had a loss in the opening match today to the Darwin Dingoes, so very different fortunes coming into this match. My name's Daniel Viles and with me is Joel Hall.
Alright, another great game here. We just watched the power through their first game. And the bowling was led by this man bowling right now, Sean Mutter. We just watched him bowl, especially at the top of the order. First 2 overs, they were like 4 or 5 runs. So he'll be hoping to replicate that here. As you mentioned, looking to bounce back after a little bit of a falter at the start of their game.
The left-hander on strike is Jack Beef. The Moreton Magic representing the areas to the north of Brisbane. There's a bit of Sunshine Coast Scorchers feel to both the ownership and the playing roster of the Moreton Magic. There's the Western Power and the Ipswich and West Corridor, basically a home game by lots of Ipswich Hornets. Very green today. Now 1 from 1 at this early stage of the 4-week tournament in the North Brisbane Premier League.
That is a very aggressive bit of batting early on. So we didn't see a lot of that just one letter in the last game, and maybe that's the reason we're seeing it now, is they know it maybe wasn't overly, the defensive style wasn't overly effective in the last game.
I think if you defend, you don't score any runs against Lutter, so try attacking, and as long as you don't get out, there's no real worsening of the result.
Very, very true. That's aggressive and aerial. It's going to be a tough catch. Very, very well taken. Harry Austin out there has taken a great catch. That would have been absolutely swirling in the wind, running towards the boundary as it went over his head.
Take the time, if you're watching this either on the stream, on YouTube, on the BPL app, you will be able to just flick your finger back, have a look at that catch again. As Joel said, that went high in the air. It's windy. It is quite windy now at Ivan Marsden Field at Amberley. And running back over the shoulder, generally regarded as the most difficult catch to take when you're running with the flight of the ball. I can't say he made it look easy, because no one could have really made that look easy, but well judged, and gives Lutter his first wicket of the day, surprisingly enough. He's bowled very well.
Very deserved.
I'm not sure that the approach from Jack Beef was wrong. I think you can say that trying to take on the fast bowler in the first over, nothing wrong with that approach.
But it's execution issues. Well, I mean, he got it in the way he was trying to hit it, just not far enough away from the fielder.
So it didn't work, is what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's a 23.
Five, maybe?
We are working with the latest technology. Magic. I will go through the teams just at the moment, given that we don't see it on the screen.
That's the end of the first over, and absolutely, I mean, exactly the first over you would want as the Western Power. Straight down and picking up the wicket. So really well and coming on the ball. Very, very well. Just mere an hour and a bit ago, and he's going to be bowling to Preston 1.
The captain is, well, to stand. Both representing Queensland. Those have been around the grade scene for a long time. Quite
very, very good. I'm just going to point out, it means nothing, that Harry Wood has swapped to the big flop. Don't see a lot. There's nothing. Happy to see what Bryn Llewellyn's doing.
Given the biggest defense of cap, I would have liked to be able to football for the line that's out there.
That's good running there. Something that the Power did very well in their innings and potentially the Rockets didn't is just look to score off every ball. You don't have to hit every ball to the boundary, but at least look to rotate that strike. Our coaching staff standing just near us. We're feeling good, boys. Going okay is the word from Team Power, so they'll be very happy.
Every coach understates his performance. They could have won.
Oh, that's Ariel again. It's going to be another very good catch if he's going to take it. He's absolutely laid out. That's Jay Summer, Jasper, who's making his debut in game 2 here. He would have taken an absolutely cracking catch. That one would have been, the wind would have been taking that further and further away from him. So even more difficult than the one we saw. But it does show that the Magic are very willing to go aerial early. And then Bryn Llewellyn's really taken that corner goal. It's still just short of it. A lot happening, and the music is representative. That's an air above, just over Harry's head.
All fast goals here today. Very good arm. Trask, well, he got the 2 for it, but not the most convincing of strokes in the right. However, straight into his rhythm, found his length. He's using the variations this time, and conveniently for him, the wind just dropped off for that over. It's come back now as I speak, but he's clearly got a hotline to the Bureau of Meteorology and saying, look, I'm on, just calm it down for a couple of minutes, please.
Well, I did mention Llewellyn, a very famous name in Ipswich, so he might have that sort of power around.
I did see the few Ipswich Hornets players here today, and their bags have Llewellyn sponsorship.
If you're in Ipswich, you know the Llewellyn name. And if you're watching the stream, you should remember the Llewellyn name. Bryn Llewellyn is a handy little player. Continuing to be one of the most impressive fast bowlers we've seen, now limited viewing so far of the ball.
Of what we've seen, he's the best. Even though Donna White picked up the wickets in the biggest, because it's roughly set those on. So he's number 1 on field.
And look, to be fair, I'm very happy to be watching him side on here rather than having to face him, because he looks very, very quick to settle down. His rhythm is definitely right up there.
I recommend following the Brisbane Premier League page on Facebook, because you will get interviews with different players talking about other players. Russell is routinely described as an angry fast bowler by his opponents. Today, I haven't actually seen much nonsense from him. He just gets on with the job and bowls well.
And just getting the job done. There's a big noise that comes out of him. It's like a crack. Maybe it's his arm breaking the sound barrier, but it's definitely a crack. Or it could have bad knees like myself. My knee's cracked when I'm on this stand. Maybe we're... It's all down there.
It was down here, you wouldn't have got the noise.
Don't make it It's not quite got that ball there. He's gone after it, but has not got it out of there.
Still, if you can get even 4 of them off Russell,
take it. I had the distinct pleasure as I was going before we went live here of having a chat with Harry Wood's grandfather, who's here in the crowd today, and very, very proud grandfather, and really was very excited for just for Harry to hold here, obviously supporting the Western Power. And he's over there in the shade, so it's a good place to be. But we'll be back here next week. So if you're watching this and going, geez, that looks like a good time, Cuban music and some light. Oh, and Preston White will be the next one as well. And that ball will not as it's cleared the fence comfortably. And that is the first boundary thing we've seen hit off by this day.
Certainly the first one in front of the wickets.
Yeah, first emphatic boundary.
Yes, the first one where there's any sign of dominance shown by the batter. Preston White, as I say, is on the underage side. 7 or so.
Should we talk about the underage?
It's lovely weather here today, just a few clouds around, and I think it's a wonderful day for cricket. But Preston White, he's carved out a career since being big on the grade scene here at Brisbane.
Bring the one, continue straight back into that rhythm.
And then the most impressive spinner we've seen here today, so you have the bowling in tandem with the field in combination to the ball.
That is beautifully hit again.
I say that's just gone over.
It has, and the fielder, to his credit, has called it 6 for the help the umpire out. So good bit of sportsmanship there to.
That's with Sumner, I believe. I'll just confirm the number.
So both these guys, Cameron Trask as well, who hit that boundary there. A name if you are involved in grade cricket across Brisbane and South East Queensland, you will know the name. And he is taking a big liking to Bryn Llewellyn. That one is damn near taken out a small Mercedes that's parked over. That's cleared the boundary by what, 15 metres?
Well, it would have. Well, it's cleared the boundary by 15 metres, and then it hit the lower branches of a tree, which was still about, I'm going to say, 4 metres in the air, which significantly altered the flight.
He has saved a small Mercedes. Luckily, I do think Mr. Llewellyn has an in with some car dealers. But what I would say is if you are looking for a new car, check out a Mazda. As we are here at the Mazda. Spent quite a bit of time with BT50 myself as the company cars of Rebel Lockdown. Preston White's tried to do it, and that it would be awkward for short one out there.
That came over his right shoulder and his left hand, so that, apart from anything else, gives you some kind of appreciation of how good Harry Optington was earlier in the innings.
But tell you what, these boys are not holding back anything. They are trying to get Bryn Llewellyn out of this attack. Well, actually, they're probably the way they're going. They want to keep him in the attack.
There's a fine line, isn't there?
And that's the end of the over. And over the, as more coaching staff in the Western Power walk past, they're probably not as happy with. But that is T20 cricket, mate. The that sometimes the bat's on top, sometimes the ball's on top. That's very insightful commentary.
That's deep.
As we see Donald White walk over to take the ball here, relieving Mr. Lutton of his first 2 overs. Do you think we're going to see the same tactics we saw in game 1 from the Power, of the pace from one end, spin from the other? I can't see why they changed, other than those 2 massive bombs we just saw hit off the spin.
Which now in the winners can across, and given that Trask was hitting so that gives a different factor
good running.
You'll have another go this ball, but there's a definite slowing of the pace
Yeah.
of the running.
Dylan McLaughlin does the fielding out here at deep cover. It's a lovely cover drive. Cover drive, probably the nicest to watch. Well played. There it is. Not the cover drive, the action.
Yes. A little bit of McLaren team actually. It's a very front on action. The left arm comes up high outside of the line of the eye. And nothing wrong with that action, it works. Of course, the team used the ball very wide at the stumps, whereas it looks like White is much closer in. And basically means he's got a chance to create something if he gets in the way movement.
And a wicket over on the junior game happening up in the distance. So congratulations. That is in the air. Cross is settling under it, and he takes it comfortably. That's why you have the gloves on. That was as comfortable as you can ask for from your keeper. And White continues his wicket-taking ways here.
And that was interesting because that ball did bounce a bit more than the previous ones in the over. I think White had recalibrated his swing, going, okay, White's not bouncing as much as Mutter, I swing a bit lower. That one, he got a little bit of extra bounce, was through the shot. And I'm not quite sure that Cross was as comfortable as you suggested, but he ended up being within range, he got the lunge in, and it's a second wicket down.
I think as a keeper, that's a fairly, that's a catch you are going to take 95% of the time. If you're a keeper at this level, you're very much expected. That was a difficult one to understand sentence when you said White recalibrated to White's length.
That's a good point, actually, yes. But of course, the first White was White WHI,
yes,
whereas Donald White is WHY. And you would have heard the very different way that I said those two heights.
I don't think so.
Yeah, good point. But not 15.
But a big wicket there because White and Trask both were looking fairly good. Interesting to see whether the aggression continues here.
Jack Webster was named next to come in. Just confirmed that the number 4 shirt is who we have.
You probably know before us, right? You can see it. It is the number 4 shirt. So.
Jack Webster at number 4 for the Moreton Magic, who I wouldn't say struggling early. They wouldn't be entirely happy with their position, but at least they have taken the power on.
I think they'd be happy with runs wise, but you don't want to be too wickets, especially 2 big wickets. But can you trust still at the crease? As I say that, he whiffs outside off stump as the first golden White, D White, over comes to an end.
Got 1 for 3 off the over, or just 3 off the over. The one's obviously a welcome bonus.
And it looks like the $1 million man, Steve Paulson, ready to continue. Now, judging from what we saw in the game 1 for the Power, his first over wasn't ideal. It just started off with a waistline ball. Never the way you want to start your bowling.
No.
But he will. He'll be looking to keep restricting the scoring here. I'll tell you what, the Power probably going to continue if they're here to win this whole thing.
And he's got a little bit of a breeze to hold up his deliveries now, whereas he didn't before. So he could bowl the same delivery and he could land on the length whereas before and was just landing on that smack me non-length.
I'm going to yell out to try and get some insight here. Bryn,
yes.
Is it spinning at all?
No, not really.
Yeah, not a lot of spin. Letting us know here, calling in experts from
I didn't very much to start with.
So, Bryn with a jab at his own bowling there. But as he said, bowled very, very well in game 1. And didn't bowl badly here, just a couple of big hits. Nice communication in the field between Rowan and
Donald? D-O-N-A-L.
Yeah, I assume that's Donald.
Yeah, I'm saying Donald. I think I accidentally put a D on the end before, but that was wrong.
I'm wondering whether his parents meant to name him Donald and misspelt it on the birth certificate.
Well, there was
Just went with it.
a pen I had before that ran out of ink.
Ah,
And,
you
so
see?
I wonder whether that happened. But a nice little sweet shot there for a single down to the aforementioned Mr. White.
Jack Webster off that puts him on 3 for start his drive. But here's Cannon Crash, who's kind of the key to this innings. Good ball, and well played. It's only going to be 1, potentially 2, or just 1. But that lovely sound as we as cricket fans all over the world love to hear.
It was the wrists for me, the way that he just waited on the ball and then flicked the back through.
He looks quite good here, so Power will be wanting to achieve.
Clever bowling from Paulson.
Paulson's had that skid straight through him now. Jake Cross very quick to take the bails off too. Nice bit of work behind the stumps there. Oh, that's close, and that is out. So, that's a big wicket, and the $1 million man strikes.
You can see what Webster did there. He moved forward and then certainly played around it. Whether he thought there'd be more spin than there was, whether he misjudged the pace, I'm not sure. But you'd have to think, given that the LBW was given, that the line of the ball was fairly straight. He was trying to work it to leg. I realise you need to take risks in T20 cricket, but that seemed to be a fairly low reward risk.
It reminded me of sort of late in Shane Watson's career, where he would just plant that front leg and try to play everything around the leg, and we just watched him just fall LBW with regularity. Now, but I'm not saying that Webster is what a but.
Well, he didn't ask for a review for a start. That's the joke we were leading
Actually,
towards.
well, from the way he stood there, because he stood there and he looked down the umpire and looked down at his feet. I think if he had the opportunity, he would have reviewed it. But very confident appeal and a quick decision made from the umpire, which makes me think from square leg here, or well, mid-wicket here where we are, plump. I'm calling.
Well, let's talk about what we know. Height was not an issue.
Let's talk about what we know. Matt Stewart is out.
Renowned big hitter, also the keeper. Quite tall for a keeper. Joe Lenton from New South Wales was one of the players who couldn't make it. He's a 6'5" keeper.
And we send our best wishes to Jay, please, tuning in to cheer on his team from what I assume would be lockdown right now.
No, it's a shame not to see him here, because he's, of course, made the New South Wales squad. And talent with both bat and gloves. End of the over. The surge not available yet, of course.
Good start with Paulson, though, as he continues to show that the Western Power made the right decision in taking him with that $1 million worth of pretend money.
2 for 7 in the last 2 overs.
There's a big game happening over on field 1 there with the Northern Kings back in action, and you wouldn't have heard it, but and I didn't want to admit it, so close to Scott Colombo, but they are my tip to win this game. So, and my tip so far is doing better than your tip. But my tip might be changing watching the Western Power play. They look very, very good.
The only question is whether they've been tested against what will become one of the top sides, and I'm sure they've had the time to tell.
Well, if we look at them in round 2,
just a second.
kicked up.
Yes.
In round 2, they will take on the Dingoes, who we saw win very nicely earlier this morning. So that's going to be a very difficult game for them. And then they'll play the Marlins. So don't really know a lot about the Marlins so far today, as we're over here on field 2.
Of course, you can check the results on the BPL app.
That's short at the end, so
Slower.
yeah. Which I think also the batsman is... The batsman's also a bit confused about that, but you think it was just under shoulder
I
height?
thought it was under the shoulder.
There you go. See? That's why we work as a team. Although, as we mentioned, I'm not having a vibe.
Sad but true.
surprisingly is rehired for week 3 though.
It's a suspension more than a firing, I think you'll find. I've got a week to sit out. As the Magic keeping the score ticking over, but the Power have not lost control. Harry Wood did say that had he won the toss, he would have actually batted this time round. It's not working out too badly, however.
He played that well there. Potentially White's gone short, maybe one too many times. And it hasn't paid too badly. It's only a single as I say as if I'm part of the Power team.
You're in their head.
Yeah.
That was much.
There and Coastal Marlins actually lost to the Darling Dingoes. The Darling Dingoes are now 2-0, so that game next week against the Power will be a big test, especially if they win here.
And that particular game you'll be able to watch on KO at 10:45. We certainly hope you'll stay here on field 2 with Joel and whoever's coming in as my suspension replacement, who may not get to be, even if I'm available to come back. But
there we go.
But you can also watch on KO freebies. You don't need to pay any money. It's just account that you need to set up. And if you're into community sport, having a KO freebies account is not the worst thing you can do at all.
It's also where you can watch the NBL 1 finals that are going on at the moment as well. And the Logan Thunder, who I am heavily involved with, won both their games last night to progress to the semi-finals. So the NBL 1 final series all available also on KO freebies. It's a lovely shot. It's only going to be one, but very, very nice shot. Now I'm going to give you an update from around the grounds here, Daniel. We've got on-field one. We do have the Northern Kings taking on the Southern Rockets. The Kings are 2 for 70 in the 7th over.
Wow.
Now they do have lost their 2 big hitters. So Goad and Brown are 2 of the biggest hitters here. Goad was 30 off 13, and Brown to go one better was 30 off 12, which is almost identical to what Brown did in game 1 as well. So he seems to be good for 30 at about a 200 strike rate. Tight one there. But Scotty Palumbo, who we just had on, is out there with Tom Healy, so it's a bit of a famous name in cricket. The other game going on other than the one you're watching right now is the Coastal Marlins taking on the Gold Coast Wave Riders. The Marlins currently 2 for 50, and it is the 6th over. So as we see this ball up in the air, and it's going to fall safe. It does seem as the later we've gone in the day and as it's warmed up, the run rates have ticked up a little bit in these games.
Probably a bit of grass wearing off the pitch as well, just makes it a little bit more reliable, a little bit flatter.
And you wouldn't have heard it when we were talking to Scott Colombo before that, but he said that this morning was very, very tough because of how cold it was. The balls were hurting and very hard off the bat, and hard in your hands. So, speaking with them when I first got here this morning, he said everyone I spoke to felt bad for teams that had to bat first. When we got here early this morning at 7:30.
The running continues to be sharp from the Magic. Again, not getting away, but the score's not stagnating, and the little mini collapse, minuscule collapse, didn't get any bigger.
It's only been that one Brindle Owen over where the bat had really got well on top of the ball. Those 2 big sixes we saw. Then we've seen 3 big sixes, the 2 down here, and then 1 into the 4X bar.
That's right, yes.
But all the exact same shot to the exact same area, just different ends of the area. Bowling change here. It's going to be Connor Wheel. It is. So first we've seen of Connor Wheel today.
Another quick,
another left arm. And looks like he's going to be left arm and around the wicket, just to change the angle up on these guys. So.
Preston White is also a left arm, let's call him medium fast. And if he's been bowling to them in the nets, then this angle should be at least familiar to the Magic batters.
Well played there from Cameron Trask. He's clipped that away off his hip, take the run.
I think all the left arm clicks make an error by going around a bit to a right hander immediately because it makes the angle look more like a right arm over bowler. If you've got the natural angle of going across, at least give it a chance first.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, I'd say Mitchell Starker with this sort of bowling because he's really been the biggest proponent of this left arm around. That was a quick ball. It's got onto, I think it's got onto pivot a little bit quicker than he was expecting. And he's almost gloved it over the keepers actually. So.
Yeah, Schubert hasn't got his, he hasn't worked out the pace of not just this pitch, but on the attack. So this armada of fast bowlers that Southern Power has, Western Power, I'll get there in the end, is very impressive. And they can bring Wheel in. He was a minute from the last game. Now it's like, yeah, I can come in and bowl 130.
Yeah. Interesting Eric with that ball. Interesting approach where he's actually holding the ball in both hands. So I'm wondering if that's a sign that maybe he does get a bit of extra movement and he's wanting to hide his hand placement, or it's just his style.
Well, that used to be taught as pitch. I mean, Jeff Thompson did it, Wasim Akram did it. Gone out of favour a bit lately, but the idea of hiding the ball is so that the batter can't see the seam position. It used to be taught. Now, it's a bit of Zahir Khan in this bowling actually as well, with the big lead, with the hiding the ball. I like it.
And it's effective so far. It's swung hard, that isn't wide, and it's gone through Jake Cross's gloves. But the only mistake we've seen from Jake Cross so far with bat or gloves is there, and that'll be two wides. They come to Trask to take the score.
It's funny how it's a mistake that provides us with the opportunity to praise Jake Cross's keeping, because you're right, he's been very clearly somebody can maintain concentration for long periods, because he was on the field for the vast majority of the previous game.
Again on the hit, but you have to think that's a ball that you want to put away at this stage. They're starting to get bogged down just a little bit here, the Magic. And we know they know what the power have because they've sat, you can see them. They sat and watched the last game, so they know what they're up against.
Purple tents. Looking like they're from Gryffindor House, I think.
Second time we've done that, right? I think it's fine that Gryffindor doesn't wear purple.
It was more that was a Potter and is that the second time he's done it?
45.
45 love.
I gave myself 5. Bonus points. There is bonus points in the Mazda Brisbane tournament. It takes the score down within 16 overs, I believe.
Yeah, it's 1.25 for the opposition.
Yeah, so if you want to get bonus points just like me, then that's what you want to do. Again, it's the same area, but he's got onto that one, Cameron Trask, which is what we were saying he needs to do. That was a touch shorter, so it wasn't off his hit, and he was able to get inside it and give it a full-blooded pull shot. Alex Robb has no hope, unfortunately, out there as that overcomes.
Lots of talent with Connor Wheel. He's got good pace, good bounce. Looks like he could run in for a fair chunk of the day as well. On that occasion, he didn't get line and length well together. It was either a little bit short and they were looking to get under, or it was the right length, but then it was right onto the hip. Obviously, that's not his intent. It's just a case of making sure that he achieves what he's trying to do.
I think we're going to see Wells come on the bowl here. He's just collected that ball from the midst of a local juniors game happening the next field over. And a bit of applause for the music.
Oh, the Cubans have been working hard over there.
It's Dylan McLaughlin appreciating the musical stylings of Chuka Loca.
He goes crazy for the salsa these days. Isn't it, Michael?
I also just made up that band name. So, do you know? I've often thought about starting a sort of a Spanish salsa band.
Drawing on your rich heritage.
Well, you know what I would call it?
Go on.
Hispanic at the disco. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to point out that I give goals to a lot more support despite not being on the cover. There's a single play now. Good change of lane.
Stop ball there. He does it very comfortably though. Looking very nice. They're pushing through for two here.
Ball run.
Haventrack wasn't overly keen on the second, but Schubert rightfully running to the danger end forward three.
Showed a lot of speed for a tall man. Welsh probably more confident in his innings. I thought he looked a little nervous with the ball in the first match, but here seems to be going through the crease a lot more.
I think Haventrack might be a little bit dirty himself there. That was quite hittable length. He's just flipped it away.
I think he wanted to play that shot, then second-guessed himself, and then played it with about half the power.
Yeah.
He was initially thinking.
After Western. Oh, Schubert's not. He hasn't made a decisive move down the wicket. He kind of shuffled. The salsa music's getting to everyone.
I thought that was actually wide. I thought he went out to fetch that delivery.
Either way, one run.
Many ways to get a set.
And there's another one coming fast. Just sort of running that down to the gully position. And that's a very good over.
There's lots of singles. It's a bit of an E-Harmony batting effort at the moment.
Hinge. The gap was major. Sucker for marketing is Harry Wood, the captain, removes that beautiful floppy hat he's been wearing. Do you reckon he's wearing it because everyone else is wearing a green Western hat and he wants people to stand out?
I don't mind a little bit of ego in a captain. You do have to lead a group of fairly rabid individualists, and it takes a bit of self-confidence to stand out and say, yes, I'm going to lead this side.
Well, there's plenty of ego in cricket, as we know. You should have seen the look on Scott Colombo's face when I said that he went for 300k option, and he quickly reminded me he went to Flavo. Well, that's
brilliant.
He's dropped it.
Oh! I still think the effort is brilliant, but Cross will be just that at himself. I was going for piffy more than funny there, but
Trying to be supportive.
that was good.
Oh, yeah.
But a good start from Wood. Got the pace right, got the length right. Nearly got the ultimate reward.
Cross had it for a long time. Bit of grudge in that ball. There was some frustration there.
I remember who the player was. It might have been Steve McGiffin. No, it wasn't. It was a previous interview on the Griffin Premier League Facebook page where someone was asked for their tip for the angriest player in the competition, and someone said, yeah, Harry Wood can get a bit angry.
So what you're saying is you don't want Big Ben Cross and shows up this game. That's a cracking ball. Cross has done well to knock that down as it was carrying. It came across a long way.
Then you just saw a perfect example of why I don't think you can judge a keeper's performance solely on how many buys, because that was a buy, but really, you say 3 runs.
Not happy with himself. See, he threw his glove after that. So obviously, he holds himself to a high standard, which is what you want. full-blooded shot. It's straight to the fielder, which is again just missing. Very much in the game.
It also suggests that Wood, in a very precise of his field placements today, not a lot is got through, and he certainly hasn't made field changes and then seen the ball disappear through the gap either.
Very consistent. Oh, that's a good ball. That's picked up on Cameron Krause quite a lot for a very awkward lane.
Wood showing he's definitely an all-rounder here. Probably impressed more with the bat than previous one.
Well, he didn't, I thought he didn't back himself before. He got two very, very good overs. I think it was the 10 runs in his 2 overs. And then didn't bring himself back on. But I guess when you have the bowling attack that he has at his disposal, why not back the other boys, right? Especially when you know you're going to get it back. It's
Make sure they come back next week. I'll give you everyone to go.
stop myself from making it. Really
It's the things you don't say. As Trask moves to 37. The score 11 overs gone. Of course, the surge is available to the Magic now, and they're certainly in need of some kind of surge. They're only 64 at the end of the 11th over, so just shy of even that runnable mark. Schubert's still less than a runnable, 9 off 12. Trask only just above it. 3 wickets down, which is not disastrous for the 11th over.
Well, we did see the Rockets in a similar position and able to post what was a decent score. It ended up being not enough. As Steve Paulson comes back into the attack, and we're once again seeing this Harry Wood spin from one end, pace from the other. Which you got to think, if you're the Magic or any other team watching this, you've got to take note of it because Harry Wood obviously this is his ground. It's a nice game. It's another full toss for Paulson, but I do keep bringing up this large full toss, but he's not paid. So, I mean, I guess a bowl full tosses is the insight. Oh, don't ball. Oh. That was an absolutely spectacular effort from Dylan McLaughlin. He's covered a lot of ground and nearly taken it. He is disappointed in himself, but he shouldn't be.
Well, again, high standards for Western Power, and if they want to set those for themselves, that's fine. But no disgrace in that performance whatsoever.
Did very well. It's 4 runs on the score sheet for Kevin Trask, but
He's into the 40s.
going off that one as well, but it's a long round, don't do a single. I don't know if many people would have noticed, but Harry Wood did, after that drop the left foot forward to this thing, which I hate calling the drop because he did very well, he did move to the McLaughlin maybe 3 or 4 metres around closer to us where that ball went. He's just making little tiny tweaks, which is a sign of a good captain. It means you know your game plan is working and you don't have to throw the baby out the bath. That's a great shot. Gee whiz. Someone was nearly in the need of a new Mazda there. That was a beautiful Mazda. Come on, boy. Schubert finally showing why you said he could be a hitter. Got to the pitch of that ball.
It was a half goal. So, getting the goal, he's still in the right place. He just got enough of that.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, he's dragged that down, and Schubert has not made him pay at all. So, I mean, you can't say anything about expecting nothing. No one's expecting nothing. We're going to get an update from the Power coaching staff level. Pass, how we feeling?
What did he score? 3 for 77 after 12.
Yeah, pretty even, really. A couple of wickets changes it probably, I'd say.
Mate, this coaching staff has had media training. As they say, pretty even. A couple of wickets changes it all.
Yeah, I can't exactly shoot my mouth off at the beginning.
That's ESPN level. We just go out and give 110% every game.
It's a game of 2 halves.
There we go.
All the boys don't go.
That's the sit batting by shooting two to another? That's what we like to see. You watch a peak athlete who's done his deed today, walk over with a beer in hand.
And I'm guessing the surge is up because the field has come in and it's well released. As I'll make way for Mason Murray.
Now we have the magic and the power here. You would know obviously Steve Paulson is the $1 million man, the only player that we think that now I know that you weren't even overly expecting to be drafted.
No, I was expecting to go to $10,000 starting me.
Waterboy.
Yeah, like the
Daniel, my assistant, handling me. You play them. You're back to back again. So another 7:30 so against the Lions, and then you play the Southern Rockets at 10:45. Southern Rockets who we just saw unfortunately go down to the power, but no slouches. I don't think there's any team here that consider a comfortable game.
no, not at all. Maybe us after today.
Yeah,
Two games.
in saying that, maybe you are the target. Now, where are you currently playing at North?
I've had a bit of a training run down with North to sort of prep for this, but I haven't really. Yeah, just played this season of Warehouse and your favourite LMS in between that.
No.
Keep the body moving.
Well, as obviously you're kind of almost making a
Yeah, my fifth career.
and you're what, 20?
27.
Yeah.
I've retired 5 times and come back. I just can't seem to get away from it.
You and I have had many conversations about our absolute hatred of this game that we love.
Every Sunday normally, come back to it.
We're in the Wallen here, bowling to Sugar. Is there a player, now you're an all-rounder, but is there a player in this tournament that you really don't want to bowl to? And why is it just
Just for the bowling life, I think. I've seen what he does to bowling attacks. I'm glad I didn't have to bowl against him this morning.
It looks like he's just come to hit 30.
Yeah, he hit him pretty clean. And then the second down that day, and goes. So it's very start.
Oh,
Run rate slowed a little bit since they dismissed, but they're still building well over there. They haven't lost any other wickets.
yeah, well, we were joined in our last game. Our last guest was Scott Palumbo from the Northern Kings. I know he's over there flying his trade as the over ends there, and it's going to be, looks like Harry Wood will continue the captain of this Western Power outfit. Now, talk to us about your team. Obviously, Simon Malenko is probably the name. A lot of people that know cricket will know Malenko because he's been around at the highest level for quite a while. Who else should people, other than obviously Muzz, who else should people be, keeping tabs on and looking at in that Pirates line?
I think we're pretty even across the board. We've got, we're pretty deep batting wise, and we've got a lot of bowlers. We've got plenty to choose from. So I wouldn't say that we've got massive standout players, but everyone's fairly solid in their craft.
And what's the vibe in the Pirates locker room at the moment? Is it able to bounce back next week?
We'll be back next week. We're just testing the waters today. Andy Michael batted really well.
It was a lovely 50 in the first game, I think, from Andy Michael. So really held that innings together for you guys. Because it did look like you might even struggle to hit 100 of them.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest batting conditions out there from what the boys were saying. I was lucky enough not to have to go out there and do anything.
Well, you might have been the difference.
Most of the reverse cover guys, obviously.
As Donald White makes a great bit of fielding in its short cover there. This is, as we said, Harry Wood bowling. They really could use a wicket here, the power. Cameron Trask looks very comfortable. Are you familiar with Cameron Trask?
Played against him in Moreton cricket, not any great cricket, but I've definitely seen what he can do.
So get us into what your game plan would be bowling to the big man as he reaches his 50 with a lovely shot out to the ground. A well-deserved 50. What would you be bowling, huh? Aside from pass.
Right now, so the off stump, you have to field and hoping to miss this one, which hasn't looked like he's done so far. So I don't know that the plan would work.
I've faced your bowling and know that you have the annoying tendency to swing the ball both ways. Which I was speaking to my commentary partner Daniel earlier about a game I played against yourself and Josh Brown, where you two opened the bowling and myself and a guy named Mahul, who's a very, very good cricketer, were opening the batting against you, and it was you two were just on that game, and Mahul and I've looked to Mahul for support and he's just shrugged at me, and it was just not a great day.
Yeah, no, Brownie's probably, he's the same as me. He can swing the ball both ways, but he's probably certain days quicker than I am, so he hurries up a little bit more.
It doesn't help that it was on Astro.
No.
As well.
That was probably helping me to actually get the ball down the other end.
Well, I wasn't worried about you, the pace, but the movement you can get on that ball is frustrating.
Yeah, I need something to make up for the rough pace.
You know that's slow.
I need to be a little bit crafty.
There's plenty of crafty cricketers here today. Hopefully your boys bounce back and get a couple wins in the games next week. As I said, you'll be the 10:45 game, not the 10:45 game on field 1, on field 2 against the Rockets, but also once again 7:30 you will be taking on the Coastal Marlins. So 7:30 field 3 next week. If people want to get down, if they're big fans of hearing the voice of Nathan Murray, imagine what it's like to see him in person.
It's pretty exciting.
Do you think you'll be dropped by next week?
I think we've got a few injuries, so I might get a run again. I think we're most excited about having the 7:30 game next week because it means we'll have to get up at about 3:30 to make it here on time.
Yeah, it's rough.
Everyone was pretty happy when I got out of the car this morning.
And then to get out of the car and then proceed to lose is probably...
Yeah, it was rubbing salt into the wounds.
But now I notice under that beautiful Bayside Pirates, all the teams have, the graphic design teams for all the teams have done really well. The Pirates have a really nice logo, and it's, that stubby cooler is holding that Bundy quite well for you.
Yeah, it's keeping it cold in this late afternoon sun. I wouldn't know, I haven't had my phone on all day, so I don't know what the time is.
Yeah, it's getting there. The sun's about there, so...
yeah, just in my eye line.
as Bryn Llewellyn continues for the Power. I'll let you go and get back to drinking.
Yeah, drinking and spectating on field while there's
Okay.
good cricket happening all around here.
Mate, it is an absolute cracking tournament, the Mazda Brisbane Premier League. As Bryn Llewellyn is cracked down the ground. 6 more. That's Matt Schubert getting a hold of that one. And we're starting to see the score tick up a little bit for the Magic as they pass that triple figure mark. Alright, Muzz, get out of here.
Thanks for your time, Joel.
Mate, it's an absolute pleasure. It's always a pleasure to see you, buddy.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
What you didn't hear off air is Muzz said I'm the best bowler he's ever faced. So, interesting insights from the beginning.
Might get a run again next week.
See you, brother. Thank you.
He's very self-effacing, Mr. Murray, isn't he?
He is. Very, very good cricketer. And if he hadn't he's had a real struggle with injuries for a young man, and a real struggle with love of the game, as I think he could have picked up from that chat. But definitely back loving his cricket. As he said, he's probably back at North this season. Oh, that's catchable if the fielder can get there. He does well. One hand, one bounce. That is out in the backyard.
Excellent work from Sumner again. He's been impressive in the field. And but Schubert is starting to find his range. And also starting to miss some of the fielders, which didn't happen for about 12 overs there.
Just adjusting myself slightly. The sun right beaming into our eyes right now.
Has put down to White on the long on boundary. Another single. And so just as in the previous game, an excellent start by the Power, but they're not quite able to reduce the batting side to rubble. The Magic have done very well to resurrect this innings.
Well, it seems they struggle to get these middle order batsmen. The middle orders of both sides have really been able to capitalise. It's the period of the game usually in T20 that is almost the lull period for batsmen, as there's no power play or power surge or power whatever happening. It's normally more of a consolidation part, but the Magic have their foot firmly to the floor right now.
Permission to say something slightly controversial? Is it Paulson's bowling that's left him off the hook so far? Yes, he took a wicket before, but the pressure has gone off in both innings when Paulson's been given the ball.
Well, he's the $1 million man. I don't know if you can say that about the $1 million man.
I'm brave. Speak truth to power. And, I mean, his batting alone is worth $1 million. I mean, I would have given him player of the match in the previous game purely for the way he set the pace of that innings.
I would have actually, controversially, given it to Reece McDonald.
I see where you're coming from.
Losing Rockets, I thought he was the best player in the game. He just, unfortunately, was on the losing side, and there wasn't a lot of support from his team. Gee, Schubert wanted that. Donald coming back onto the top house end here. Donald White, that is, for on a first name basis.
Lay down. But right into a rhythm, and Schubert perhaps not adjusting to a difference in pace.
That's very high. Big call of mine from Harry Wood. He settles under it. He's not going to drop that. And that'll bring an end to Schubert's innings, but did the job. Would have liked to go on. You've got to think that if the game finishes with these two, the innings finishes with those two batsmen at the crease, they would have done some real damage.
Not 150 really. I mean, you're now 4 for 109. Schubert 35 or 31, but you're right. That wicket has possibly cut the total by 20.
Let's see. It might be Jed Wilson coming to the crease. I could be very wrong. There's like a glimmer of a 6. I do apologise for the lulling commentary when we have to. It is different.
I think the viewers like a break from our voices every now and then.
lull in commentary when the players come on, just because we talk about them and their experience in this fantastic competition. And it's great to get their insight, especially someone like us who's on a team that have lost their first two games. It's always a difficult position. He did say that their confidence is still really, really high. They felt like they played two very, very strong teams in the Northern Kings and the Gold Coast Wave Riders. And the Wave Riders earlier this morning, and he said that Beauty of North did one of and the great benefit they have it. If there's no Queensland cricket or Australian cricket going on, they have this sort of handy guy, you might have heard of him. His name's Joe Burns. Comes back, and he's also there to open the batting. So some very, very handy players flying their trade and also
Offside for a single of 12 field. Sometimes the cost of going to certainly the test matches. Getting on to the first grade game is not a bad thing. Many years ago, I was lucky enough to see an Asian goal and I just kept the name away, and I didn't predict the scoring count.
Has to get the fields down. He's made it, but not width between the wickets with Cam Kraskin. And look, full disclosure, it is very hot out there right now, and he has been out there for quite some time, so he will be baking under that coconut.
So 4 for 114 with 3 overs remaining. The surge has been and gone. Projected score at current run rate is 134, but obviously you're looking to accelerate, particularly with 6 wickets in hand. And
particularly if Cameron Trask stays at the wicket, he's got a thing, so he's got the ability to kick that up. On the note of going to day games, we'll talk about I went to the first day game earlier this year, last season? Yeah, it would have been last season, and it was North versus the Gold Coast Dolphins, so obviously those are the two teams. As a player that played for West, those are the two teams that like and to name some of the players in that game, was, as we just mentioned, Joe Burns, Josh Brown, so they were opening the batting. Naz McSweeney was also there. Xavier Bartlett bowling for the Dolphins. So it was Josh Can who's just signed for the Hobart Hurricanes. An absolute gut. If you are a Hobart Hurricanes fan and you happen to be listening to this, be very, very excited that young man is going to be wearing purple. He has all the talent in the world. Hugo Birdman is plays for Gold Coast as well. Scott Blondo earlier. Matty especially if there's no state cricket going on.
That's some of the best free entertainment going on.
That's directly behind you.
And of course, if you buy your lunch there, you're supporting the first. race to the right hander does.
Yes, and it's second throw. He is bowling left arm over. He hasn't bowled. He's more into this lineup. As we mentioned, play in the first game. So
named down the order as well. So.
Yeah, I thought he was. We were going to see, and he's a sort of tall, lanky looking. He looks like another quick bowler. Played away for a second.
Late innings acceleration, very much in check from the not putting away all, no free runs. Field is backing him up.
Dylan McLaughlin is definitely a very supportive teammate to have. He's not a very bowling team. He's fielded hard. He keeps his voice active in the crowd. In the field.
He speaks to the megaphone, so a replay of his voice comes from the crowd.
Chance. Strides out there in the field. He's putting it up.
Some outfielding there on that occasion from London.
As they pick up three there, London saves a run with his hard work out there. He's got a magnet on him, this kid.
So 8 runs off the over after Wheel conceded 11 in his first from the other end, but at this stage of the innings, 8 it was a much better over, just objectively it was a better over, better lines. I like that he came over the wicket. Trask is up to 61. And Wilson has shown his intent. He's only 5, but 3 balls. 122 with 2 overs to go.
White has the ball here from the clubhouse end, so obviously with his last over. Oh. Good effort by Jake Cross. I don't think he was ever really had much of a chance to get to it, but you love seeing the keeper still throw themselves around. Big Cam Trask taking some deep breaths out there. He's put a lot of work in. This has been a really, really good inning. And a very important innings for his team. Didn't get that at all, but
White's figures currently 2 for 15 in his 4th over, so 5 for the day. Average in single figures.
Absolutely bowling very, very well.
So his partnership with Lufford. They play for different Premier League teams, Premier Grade teams rather. But not bad at all in combination.
That's in the air. Regulation now.
Harry Austin, I believe.
He took a screamer in over 2?
One or two, yeah.
and follows it up with a nice, comfortable one. And you'd much prefer to be taking those.
Well, no, you don't get as much glory afterwards, but Wilson out for 5. And from while they'll be disappointed to lose the wicket, at least it's the unset batsman. Trust is still there. He'll be looking to, the last 9 balls of the innings. If he can get, say, 3 boundaries,
he'll
whatever
be,
balls he faces,
he'll be trying to farm the strike. That'll be the conversation he's having. I believe it's in the US. We have Thomas Harrison joined him.
appreciate how good work that was from the angle we're on. So bring the fielder up from behind the wicket and push one back in front of the wicket.
Well, Cam Trask was trying to do cheeky rare.
And I think that was the bluff. I think they were trying to draw that shot saying, okay, if you're good enough, you know, go round, see how you go over fine leg. And the answer is not well at all on that occasion.
No, I think Kevin Cross might have a little bit of a sore that one. They do shuffle through the sequence and get that on ball and moments to happen. Nicholson wanted to, Kevin Cross said, settle down.
Nicholson reminded him, hey, what happened last time you faced? And Truss said that was an accident. Nicholson said, you sure? Truss said, yeah, I'm sure.
They did it all via MSN Messenger. Great to see it making it. ASL?
MIRC.
One left here. Nicholson's going to push through the two here and they'll get it. Good running.
Impressive running from Nicholson there. Made sure he was going to the danger end.
Two more to Kevin Crass score. Whatever, two.
He moves to 68, 1 ball to go, 5 for 132. Well, if they score 2 here, it will be an identical chase for the Power.
Looks like they like to get down. There you go, another good bowling outing from the Power. They do seem to struggle in the middle overs. Now you fully put that on Steve Paulson. But will be interesting to see what happens in the second innings of this game.
So just to go through the card, Moreton Magic finishing on 5 for 133. Top score, Cameron Truss, 69 not out of 60 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Matt Shooter, 35 off 31 balls, provided good support for the bowlers. Once again, Donald White was the leading wicket taker, 3 for 17 off his 4 overs. Paulson 1 for 22 off 3 and Lotta 1 for 25 off 4. So the Power will require not much more than a run a ball to make it 2 from 2 for the day. Some closing thoughts from Joel Hall.
Wow, very, very good, mate. I don't know what else we can say. Obviously, they've still got to win this game. But if they come out and bat like they did earlier today, they look like they're are you ready for this? They might be a powerhouse.
And Joel Hall will be joining me in suspension next week.
Incorrect.
No, he'll be back, as we will be in about 10-15 minutes from now for the second innings of this match between the Western Power and the Moreton Magic. You're watching the Brisbane Premier League, brought to you by Mazda here from the Ivor Marsden Sports Complex in Amberley. I'm going to see if I can get some Greek. I know how that sounded.
Hey, mate.
It's all right, I'll just put that one behind me.
Have you got an effects spike on or something? All you get is wind noise and it keeps coming up and you can't hear what you're saying, right?
Look, first of all, thank you for the feedback. Secondly, what we probably need is a sock on that. You've got a...
There's not an effects spike up there.
Yeah, it could be the...
How big do you think our budget
is? When you can't hear the field or anything, and you can kind of hear you guys in the background.
Yeah, it might be...
It might be the mic on your camera or something.
Sure. The short answer is we don't know, but the longer answer is we find out. I genuinely think it's going to say that.
you, mate?
Not too bad, yourself?
Enjoying your day?
Very much so.
Well, that's good.
Welcome back to the Ivan Marsden Sporting Complex in Amberley. This is field number 2. For the final match on this field today in the Brisbane Premier League, brought to you by Marsden, the first Brisbane Premier League. This is elite community cricket. Plenty of first graders on the field on both sides today. A few first class cricketers, a little sprinkling. And if you've just joined us, the match in action is between the Moreton Magic in purple, taking the field, having just scored 133 for 5 off their 20 overs, up against the Western Power, who had a very good win earlier today over the Southern Rockets and are looking to go back-to-back. The tempo of the innings was set very early last time by the right-hander Jake Cross, I believe is at the striker's end at the moment, the left-hander Steve Paulson, number 11 at the non-striker's end. They made absolutely short work chasing 134, just one run more than they're chasing at the moment. So they'll be full of confidence in this against the Magic, where Preston White will be taking the ball with left arm over from the northern clubhouse. White on the money straight away. Just handed it to the left side.
Quite confident. The boys are very confident. And a lot of praise going around. Beautiful. Also, there's a lot of people unhappy with
So that's the Northern Kings hat.
Yes, and Cameron Murray, Nathan Murray is just performing strong. Told him, oh, it's a great shot. Paulson is getting wild.
Darcy Murphy, left arm bowler, we'll see later, quick, tall, lanky, currently fielding about 2 centimetres tall.
Well, actually, 2 centimetres taller.
If you're 2 centimetres tall, what's your hand size around you? And John Hall is available with
Ground fielding. Not the most solid set of hands. Oh, that has jumped off the wicket.
This canny Preston White. and skillful. I mean, he's certainly not short of pace, but to get lift like that indicates probably a very good wrist snap in the action.
He's not a tall man either, so if you look at, say, Lutton, well, we can see how day he gets a lot of bounce, but it comes from probably 3 foot higher. Oh, and that's for us after dealing with that ball, but as I said, picked up quite a bit. Now he's dug that one out and ended up on the ground himself.
Well, he'd only just made his centre marking, so I probably just want to get down and check it.
Yeah, just make sure, probably looking for that 2 centimetre apart. This is great. I want some technical touch out of it. Very good for living over.
Jack Webster on that occasion. And it's always been, probably, since certainly the 50 over cricket became big, that point fielding position is key, certainly at the elite level, perhaps less so at this level where there's still a lot more play in front of the wicket. But if you've got a good point fielder, that sets you up for the whole 360 really.
Well, that's your Ricky Pontings, your Jonty Rhodes. That's where you kind of put your gun, right?
Paul Collingwood.
I think it's been a long time, I think myself.
Same.
It's been a while. What's going on? Brad Ibsen to bowl some spin, so maybe this is the Harry Wood School of Captaincy on this ground. Some spin from the airport airfield there, which don't try and it will not go well.
I have said airport a few times, but we use an airfield. Quite good. Left arm orthodox spin, Brad Ibsen.
$1 million man. Oh, Paulson wanted that, but it's potentially a bit too wide.
His form here, Ibsen played 11 white ball games for Queensland about 10 years ago. And in the one season where he played most of the interstate one-day competition, he did often open the bowling. In fact, there was one game where he and Nathan Lyon just hit each other.
Yeah. That was 3 wides with my first ball, but an adjustment made and a dot ball to follow it up. The second best result in the outfield. Dance break.
Experience of this battle. Both 40-year-olds, both fit. Harry Austin nearly had a challenger for catch of the day there. That was an outstanding effort for Ibsen of his own bowling.
And then almost a run out.
You called it early, the magic fielding has been impressive.
It's been all 9 balls, and I'm going to say they're really well.
Well, if we extrapolate that data set to the full 120 deliveries.
But again, the episode is 7 minutes in the rocket, so fielding well, minus. Now, as another West Power takes on class, is it part of the game plan for Steve Paulson to be dropped early?
I haven't worked out like it did last game, anyway, that's something for sure.
It seems to be his game plan. He pops one up, gets dropped, goes on and
Hopefully he starts whacking them then after that.
Are you guys comfortable with the total put on?
I think it's not exactly the same as what we faced in the first game, I think. So, yeah, look, I think it's probably tougher conditions now to chase. I think in this game it's probably a bit lower and slower. And, our game plan probably try and run really hard upon the wickets. I don't think it's going to be that easy for us to be down as we're going to stick on there. So, our game plan is to try and win the game by running better than they did, I think.
There we go. See, look at that. Insights from the coach's box.
They didn't say it was going to work though.
No, but you told us the aim,
That's
which
true.
is the step 1.
Cheers guys.
Thank you very much.
Here's that. There we go. Look at all these insights we're getting. Underfield too for in-depth commentary. See people that have no idea what they're talking about, but we will grab people that do.
We do expertise impersonations by the hour. Well, I can use it for a few seconds.
I'm just interested to see how he compares up just make it back-to-back fours with Paulson. And as was stated, I mean, he's been dropped early again, and he's instantly making the bowling side pay.
That was an interesting shot because he actually got beaten in the air, and in the end he ended up with both of his feet more or less in his batting stance position. And he very subtly turned that, probably by just transference of weight, into the position to play what passed for a fairly good cover drive.
If you ever find yourself watching my team play in OMS, my team hates it, but I play that sort of style, very back foot, because I use my size and strength to like essentially muscle the ball away. Watch. You back in the air again, and it falls just between two fielders. Some hard break happening here for the Magic. But tell you what, Preston White has come out against bowling very well in this one.
It's been intelligent fast bowling. Probably only Lutter has bowled smarter than he has today, although Wood was very impressive before as well. This is thoughtful fast bowling.
I would say that Lutter didn't bowl. It's in the air, and it's just in drops into moving. I think Lutter had a great bowling game this game. Having faced White for that ball as well. This is very good bowling for no return. Over one and two, just flopping up in the air and falling.
It's very nihilistic bowling, really, isn't it?
Right here. Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Went for the Nostradamus play, did Joel Hall.
Didn't work, but got ball. We'll take that as the Magic game.
And also, he got Steve Paulson to stop thinking about belting him down the ground and saying, I might just dab it here. So he set up that drop ball for what he's done before.
Paulson very quickly took a good move back in his crease there and whacked that over the top of the wicket for runs.
I think he worked out what length that ball was going to be before Preston White knew what he was bowling. He spotted that so early.
Hanging along the ground with that back.
Happy with the practice one for 10 minutes that we could just get in position half an hour before there was no skill was going on. I can't tell them apart somehow. If Steve wasn't left-handed, that'd be sensible.
Got into position early again to go for a different shot. This one kind of loops over the top of the middle set. Steve Paulson making it.
Yeah, I think Steve Paulson's probably more likely to race greyhounds. I've never met him and shut up lately. It's the Preston White is making Steve Paulson just think again about his shots.
Making a decisive, very, very significant backward move to get in an early position.
And with most guys, if you push them onto the back foot, this is when you're slipping the Yorker. But I think Paulson might be awake to that. Frustrating over from White because he let go the short ball before. There was a wide outside off start. But apart from that, there was some excellent bowling in there. He just let it slip with really 2 wickets to win out of 7.
It's a rough game. It's unforgiving. And Brad is just ready to set it over. Tell you what, the crowd for a lot of balls in the air. Unfortunately, only one of the guys in the up in the angle here. Very, very difficult. Cracked it out, but just to the field. Close enough in the game constantly.
Gibson's bowling very cleverly here.
You can only see my game.
May have pitched outside leg with his bowling. He has left this gap in cover right in front of the camera here. I said, okay, Steve, I'm going to angle it across here. Go on, hit me there, hit me there. Oh, look, I spun it back.
Once again, Preston White in that close mid-on, almost in line with the bowls and umpire.
Gibson put his battle so far.
Sort of looped out for Sydney. Cameron Craftsman, the star with the bat. A very short cover.
They have a job to do with the ball as well. Bowls are not really in place right now.
They've got Jeffrey Payne as well. Very good. I will say a shout out to Scott Colombo who joined us earlier. Went and put 50 over for the Kings in the game happening right now on 2-on-1. So great innings by him. I want to congratulate him. And as with all cricketers, he was very, very humble and said, I wish it had been a bit faster. Anyone that was listening would have noted he also he stated that what he does best on the cricket field is fielding, and I agree that he's one of the best fielders I think in Queensland Premier Cricket, and he's being rested for the fielding, so his day's over. He's resting under the marquee. So he looked a bit confused, but I think they understand what they've got in Scott Colombo. 30 odd in the first inning with 50 in the second. I think maybe give the man a rest so he's nice and ready for next week.
And look, if they find themselves in need of a gun fielder with 5 minutes to go, that's not you're not obliged to leave the same person off for 20 overs. 28 runs in the power play for the power, and remember they got upwards of 40 in the previous match.
Preston White continuing, so wants to keep the pressure on. Well, this is going to be dangerous.
Yes!
So, very excited from you, David. But
I haven't seen a direct hit today. Nothing. For some reason, I've criticised Steve Paulson a few times today. I think the world of him as a cricketer. He is a legend. But that is just such a big wicket for the Magic, and I think why I'm excited is because now we've got a real contest on our hands. It's not going to be one person taking the game away.
what I would say is if I'm Jake Cross, I am not getting changed anywhere near Steve Paulson when he's gone off that field. You're getting right in the car because Steve Paulson has been absolutely barbecued by his team over there. And I know he's a veteran player and very comfortable, but absolutely. Thanks for the support from the crowd behind us. Do you agree? You're Jake's mum. You need to make sure that that Steve Paulson doesn't know where he lives. It's dangerous. Does he like to barbecue? Does nothing.
Essentially what we're saying at the moment is that the only person in the world right now who still loves Jake Cross is sitting directly behind us.
No, I think many members of the Magic. Harry Wood, captain of the Power. We'll move on from Jake Cross. He's had a very, very good game.
Absolutely.
Both in this game and played very, very well in game one for the Power. And I assume after that incident will go on to play a vital innings here as he's joined by his captain. Oh! Harry Wood ending us out. Now, if we press that rewind button, that is a carbon copy of the first ball he had in the first game, where he just put his foot there and prodded that batter around. So maybe he has first ball jitters or something.
Oh, there's been some great batsmen in history who can scratch his starters.
Preston White has bowled brilliantly for no result in the wickets game. Obviously, he should have one on the got cap. But
time for something I'm excited about, and that's that we have 2 floppies in the crowd. 2 white floppies.
You mean on the field?
Yeah, plenty of floppies in the crowd. But 2 floppies on the field. There was none in the first round. 1 in the first innings of this game, and now 2. I can only assume plenty of floppies.
And let me segue from that, because we haven't actually taken time to praise Jed Wilson for the run out before he sprinted to that delivery. He wasn't a one-stump play in that situation, but the angle wasn't great. It was hardly front on, and he's affected the key wickets. And fielding in T20s, as we know, is incredibly important.
Oh! So the umpire has kept his finger in his pocket. Now, I don't know about you, Daniel, we are not the umpires, but I definitely thought I heard a noise there. Now, that could have been a handle, could have been anything, and the umpire obviously is the decision maker. He'll stand by, but the Magic are very disappointed in that.
Having been an umpire, sometimes you realise you've made a clanger, and sometimes you realise that the fielding side's carrying on a bit. And quite simply, from this position, we don't have enough evidence to make a judgment.
But we will back the umpire. We've got a great setup by trying to start across all the grounds here at the Magic. So very exciting over comes in. And where are we sitting here, Ben?
Well, it's 1 for 28 at the end of 5. Preston White, now 3 overs, none for 13. That was in fact a maiden over. They were 28 at the end of the power play, obviously still 28. The decision to keep him on has certainly paid a short-term dividend. It's unlikely, if the Magic were to go on and lose this game, you couldn't point back and say, oh, well, White shouldn't have bowled that 5th over of the innings. That's the gamble you take sometimes. He's obviously confident in his bowling squad. They've got a bit of spin to come with people like Chris Abbey. Brad Evson, of course, we've already seen.
But he's continuing now, so it looks like both openers going to bowl through. So different tactic than what we've seen from the other teams today, but obviously paid off in the last over. Let's see how Brad goes. We saw Brad give Paulson a few pauses for concern, but
good use of the crease there from Jake Cross. Played well back. Saw that the field on the offside was back and knew exactly what he wanted to do.
And yeah, we're happy to have got a quick single in. We're being joined by some local wildlife. It's all puppy dog here, so it's not really local wildlife, it's just a very cute little dog.
It's flipped into the leg side by Wood. They've run the first hard. Thought about the second, but Jack Webster has been excellent in the field today.
And
Stays around.
we really don't want another run out. And well, I'm going to replace you with this small dog. Comments? Oh, there you go. That's a Staffy. No, it isn't. No, it's really... Is this the Cross family dog? Yeah, I thought it was a French bulldog. Pete? What's his name? Stella. Like the beer. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that belly.
The surname's Artois.
Kind of like...
It is actually.
Kind of like, yeah.
Let's get back to Brad Ibsen.
Oh, yeah. Pretty.
His third over.
I'm distracted by a very cute dog. Oh. Under edge by Cross, but he's going to get 2 runs out of it. So.
I will get into it's very important that the job continues. Yeah, oh yes. It's, no, you've let me have a rest while you've been doing mates. It's only fair I give you a rest at this point.
You're saying that Stella is in it. Nice shot there. He's played that very, very well. Cross, and that's going to run away for 4. That is the sweep shot to play it, the angle he played it at, is very, very difficult. You've got to wait on that ball for a lot longer than it feels comfortable.
After a scratchy start, that was, as you say, very confident batting from Wood to say, no, I'm going to get this fine, I'm going to do it my way.
The ball connection there, brings it up. So the coaching staff told us they were going to look for a single to definitely been the case. So obviously, slightly to their detriment with the loss of the Paulson wicket, but they're obviously not feeling. They're not dwelling on that because they're still going to push those quick singles as we saw there.
Then we've got a batting lineup where, as it's named, Michael Sippel, legend of both cricket in both Brisbane and Laidley, is down at number 11. That's a fairly strong start, I would say.
Well, as I did state earlier, Sippel was intending to be 15th man for this team, but due to some unavailabilities, and White's going to bowl out here at the top. And can you blame him when he's bowling this well? He is heaping the pressure on the tail batsman.
It's good to vary tactics. I think sometimes the way that you rotate your bowls can get a bit stale. It's like, oh, no, you should never keep a bowler on for longer than 2 overs. There are times when you should. This is one of them.
Doesn't look comfortable outside that off stump with White bowling. The angle of crossing from the left-hander really seemed to unsettle him.
And I wonder if White's varying the trajectory so that some are swinging back, some are going straight through. Just playing with his judgment outside that off stump. And Cross is waiting for another opportunity. Wells in it. I apologise.
Yeah, I was confused.
That's Schubert who's waiting for another opportunity.
Yeah,
No,
Cross is batting, his mum's behind us, and I will let her knock you out. Oh. I thought she was coming to do it then.
It did seem rather precedent on your part, but back to Preston White, who's been impressive.
The main thing is later was back to that main notice here. If there was another dot ball here, there'll be another dot ball away. I think. Oh no, was that the fourth?
I believe that was the fourth.
Okay, so which means he's bowled 10 dot balls in a row, which is unheard of in T20 cricket.
Particularly at this level. That might happen in under 12s when there's a mismatch, but here.
Oh, and Harry Wood says not going to happen, mate, and collects it. It's only going to be a single, but it was, well, let's call it an emphatic single.
Certainly aimed to dominate and fielded on the boundary by Darcy Murphy. And given that White's had a bit of success with some left arm pacing from this northern end, I believe Murphy's a left armer. He may be next in the queue.
Take across the face the last ball of Preston White's spell. Preston has been very, very impressive.
None for 14 with one ball remaining.
There'll be none for taking rock passion there. As the airfield shows off what it does best with video, what can only be sound like a crazy noise comes from the airfield as a Air Force craft is moving around on the runways here.
Now Ibsen's shaping to bowl his fourth, having a chat with the captain. Went for a few in his previous over. 10 in fact. He will bowl out from the southern end.
Wanted that. That's a very good pick-up. I think it was home even with a direct hit, but it didn't work.
I should point out the music over yonder has changed to ska, so we now are in the cricket playing paradise. Lovely flash on something well played by you.
Neither team's really taking control. Oh, and And as I say that, he crossed. Not crossed, wood. No, it was cross. Yeah, it is cross. Sorry, Jake. He has hammered that ball down the ground. Great use of his feet. It's a beautiful, beautiful shot.
Sometimes as a bowler, you need to think about, okay, do I need to deliver what I delivered last time because it works, or do I need to change it? And Ipsen decided to deliver pretty much the same delivery there. Wrong decision in hindsight. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Says the man who predicted the Southern Rockets to win the title.
And hey, look, who knows? But they are
Webster.
There's 4 runs there. And a great bit of support coming from Mum. So it's always good to see the families there supporting these players.
Ipsen dropping short. And whereas White bowling at fourth was a good move, I thought Ipsen was just starting to lose control in the previous over.
Now, the Rockets are chasing 165 to win against the Kings, and they are currently 3 for 52 in the time.
They're home.
They need
A lot.
over 10 and over.
Bread and butter.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong Kings outfit. McGill with 12, Mahoney with 19. Brennan's just been dismissed on 8.
Again, some good fielding from Webster. And Ipsen's bowled out, so an enforced bowling change here, and it will be Murphy from the northern end. Obviously a lot taller than White, so that changes the questions being asked. And I'm told he's quick, but the proof will be in the pudding.
It's really good cricket here today at the Mazda Brisbane Premier League. It has been an absolutely beautiful day out here, and if you want to get involved, make sure you come down next week to be right here, same ground out here at Brisbane Oval, under the tower of Amber Air Force Base, with plenty of very, very exciting action taking place here next Sunday, September 5th. It all starts at 7:30 in the morning here on Field 2, with the Wave Riders taking on the Magic, and on Field 3 with the Marlins taking on the Pirates. That's the game that Nathan Murray was saying his boys are feeling very confident. And then your KO Freebies games next Sunday will be the Dingoes versus the Cow, which is a real battle of the West. Let's hope that was slower but
Look, as I say, that was a second-hand report, but I'm a big believer in cases and everything.
but judging from where the keeper is taking your other freebie game next Sunday will be the Southern Rockets taking on the Gold Coast Wave Riders. So a couple of good ones on freebies if you can't get down. Obviously all these games streamed on the BPL app and through YouTube. So make sure you do jump on the streams. Slight mix-up between the batsmen, but nothing comes from that. Along with there's coffee beans and donut trucks, and we both have attended the Greek restaurant. There's also some pizzas that look spectacular. And as we've mentioned quite a few times, the Forex bar, as well as Chicken has their bar open. And there's also food brands being run by Queensland Club. That's absolutely spectacular. They are another partner of us here at the Brisbane Premier League. Queensland Cricket Club is the premier place for live cricket here in Brisbane. And there's a chance and all.
He had more time than he thought there, Murphy.
Cross had less time than he thought, but I think his mindset was if he hit some out, no matter what. Yes, as I was saying, the Queensland Cricket Club is the premier place to view live cricket here in Queensland. Have you ever been to the Cricketers Club at the Gabba? Then he's saying yes.
used to have meetings there, and even when the Gabba's empty, I mean, I'm one of those nerds who likes to see empty sporting grounds and just envisage the great things that have happened there. And of course, when a match is on, then that just triples the wonder of being in that room.
The food in the Brisbane room is quite spectacular. Cross gone after this. It is aerial. It's going to take some catching. And it's been put down, but it's another one where it's been put down, but you can't really blame the fielder too much.
He's Jed Wilson, who affected the run out before, is clearly a gun in the field, so put an asterisk next to his name.
Well, he would have covered, what, 20 plus metres.
Yeah.
And then full dive, got hands to the ball. He'll obviously be disappointed, which is what you want as a player at this level. If they're like, oh, I did well and didn't get it, they're probably not the mindset you want. The slow ball bounce dealt with well by Crosby. The fielder out there, big square, comes around and they'll get two more.
Again, made the batter generate pace, which meant that two rather than four.
Well, he adjusted well there. He picked up that Cross was coming down the wicket very quickly and was able to adjust his angle and his pace, I believe. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs.
Went to the well once too often there, Murphy. Went to slower ball bouncer. And that one was, well, I think it was not intended to be a slower bouncer, but it was really just a hit ball, unfortunately. So he exits the over fairly poorly, Murphy does, unfortunately. But from the perspective of the power, those last couple of deliveries really got their innings a little bit of momentum. So again, an enforced bowling change.
Chris Abbey taking the ball.
Off spinner. And from memory, he's someone else who has proven that he has mastered secondary and has made his way into first and had bits and pieces of success.
It is I think, a bigger jump than a lot of people realise, that move from seconds to first. You did say it was an off spinner. He does seem to be tweaking that wrist. Throwing big leggies in warm-up, so...
I never said my information was good, but I try hard. I try. My favourite bit of research this week is there's a player from one of the other sides called Mitchell Cook, and I'll complete that story after this ball.
You know, big rip at the end of his arm. He's quite Adam Sandler-like approach. Very Adam Sandler-like in his bowling action, and unfortunately, he's been cracked putting it on. Lovely shot there.
Yeah, didn't get the overspin I was after, and the length ended up being exactly what the batsman expected. Yes, if you type Mitchell Cook cricket into Google, you end up with a whole bunch of videos of Mitchell Johnson, Carson and Ellsbury Cook. So it's very,
that's worth watching.
It was very hard to do research on him though, so thankfully hasn't crossed my path today. But no, it has been really fun, apart from anything else, just to find out a lot more about these cricketers. Go to the BPL app, find out who the cricketers are, and then if you're the kind of nerd like me who likes to learn more about the cricketers, it's a great time to be alive.
That was a bit shorter than Abbey would have wanted, but had the width to make it difficult for Harry. Boston strike. You assume looking to be very aggressive here. This mid-wicket boundary is very appetizing. The ball.
It wasn't quite a dart, that one. There was a little bit of loop on it. It just confused the batsman enough. And spin bowling is all about deceit. He's probably the Australian cricketer who does that crouch at the beginning of the run-up most prominently at the moment. He's actually Megan Shoot.
This is true.
Having a bigger effect on men's cricket than she did.
So, we're talking about how I was just saying, mid-wicket boundary had no one out here, and he's just moved Cameron Pratt out to the fence here.
Well, not to the fence, actually.
It's strange. You see them going like a off stump or wider line. It's almost worth keeping mid wicket up and tempting them to be like, well, try and make it happen. But they really just oh, it's big. There you go. Not a sponsor. Much better than beat. Good ball. Changed up the pace there. That's a good over.
Took him a couple of deliveries, particularly because he's usually an off spinner. No, Abby clearly a leg spinner. Apologies for the misinformation. Took a couple of balls to get into his rhythm, but he finished off that over very strongly. And I'll be interested to see what is, now that he's found his rhythm, you start thinking, okay, what am I going to do to control the contest with these batters? And obviously variation is key, but what exactly you're varying? What's your stock ball? What do you want the batsman to do to what you're delivering up? Do you want them to come forward? Do you want to put fielders in a position where they have to play a false shot or a risky shot?
Darcy will continue from the club batsman. Cross has gone after him, but couldn't get a hold of it at all how he would have liked. It's just a single.
So probably medium fast is the true indication of Murphy's pace. He's tall, hasn't really banged it in so far.
It's interesting that he's bowling left arm around the wicket when we saw how much that Harry would struggle with the angle of left arm over the wicket when he saw Preston White bowling.
It's a defensive move really. I mean, what can go wrong when you're left arm over the wicket is that if you're slightly offline it looks worse because you're coming across the batter. But I think you've got to take that risk and just back your skills rather than go play it safe and angle in.
So every LBW does it very good from where we're sitting.
There's always one player in every team who appeals from square of the wicket, no matter how far they are away or how far after the ball has occurred. But I think Murphy, for the first time in this spell, just won the battle with the batter there. You can see the leg bite, so what? He got his length right, drew the false shot.
Whether it's the lack of pace or just wasn't quite right, it almost sat hit right there across, and realistically, Cross is probably not overly happy with himself that he didn't get more than a single at that.
60 required off 56 with 9 wickets in hand, so there's no question of who's in control. Yeah, just when he puts in the extra effort, Murphy, I mean, the arm comes through a bit quicker. But to me, he doesn't really sort of put the effort in with the body or the wrist to really get it into the pitch. How do you see it?
Well, it's not the big, back motion that's coming through, but, I mean, he's bowling well.
Oh, yes. Oh, this is genuine nitpicking from me here. He's got talent.
Great goal.
Webster's the best fielder I've seen today overall. Wilson was amazing earlier with that run out and the attempted catch on the boundary. But I think for all-round ground fielding, I think Webster's probably the man for me. So 1 for 76 after 11, 58 required off 9 overs, and plenty of talent still in the hutch.
If I'm Harry Wood, I'm talking to Jake about potentially going after this bonus one. you're 1 wicket down, you're in a comfortable position. Why not at least put the foot down for an over, like this over? Now, look, if we can get 15, 20 in this over,
Well, they've taken 23 off the last 3, so they've bumped it up to 8 and over of recent times. And they may get Abby just low on confidence.
and that's straight down the throat of the man here at long on.
It was a comfortable catch and good bowling to the field. That was Jack Beef at long on. It was drilled to him very low and flat, so as long as you've got strong hands you can catch it, which means I would have dropped it.
The problem I have with Jake across there is that field is very defensive. So
Yep.
mid-wicket, mid-off, long on,
Yep.
right? 3 guys on the fence, and that's exactly where he is. So the place that was most defended, everywhere else is run, and he's gone to hit over the top, obviously, but potentially not where you should have been looking at it. But hey, Bryn Llewellyn coming to the crease, he's been very, very good today, all round Bryn Llewellyn. He had that 1 over where they kind of got a hold of him, but batted well in the first game, put a power, bowled well in both. Coming out looking to wrap this game up for power just like he did earlier today. That was my friend Stella loses.
We should say 33 off 25 for Cross. I mean, he's disappointed that he hasn't gone on with it, but if you asked for a part form from him, he's definitely delivered and put his side in a good position. And you're right about shot selection there. But I think sometimes what we as observers see as dumb shots are simply because you often just rely on momentum and feel when you're out in the 220 cricket. It's like, no, I'm feeling good, I'm going to catch him now.
True, but the end result was straight down the throat of the fielder.
Oh, the end result was poor, don't get me wrong. So.
The other interesting is he hit that so hard and so flat. It was a very good opportunity for Cameron Trask there. Not Cameron Trask, that
Beef again.
he hit it so low and flat that they weren't able to swap ends. So, and then the Bryn Llewellyn came in and was straight away on strike. And straight away got off strike. So full credit for him. Pushed that quick single as we said, the Tower coaches. Their game plan was to push those singles, and they've done that the whole of it.
So Abby, I suggested they might damage his confidence in this over. It's gone completely in the other direction. Excellent bowling so far. Again, we're at a terrible angle, but given the line, the shot that was trying to be played, the length, as we work a shot.
He's got little margin for error. I mean, he's set up to bowl on middle of pace. Because if he bowls short, if he drags it into the wicket, or has the wicket outside off. Because as we said, this field is defensive, like, maximum. Like when you played cricket 96, and you could set the field to ultra defensive.
Which I never did, but yes.
Oh, what was it called? They're all doing, what's it called? Cricket captain.
Yes, yep.
Set your field to ultra defensive. This is essentially that field. There's this rag fellow.
Oh, and Trask just did not see that. Did not move here at mid-wicket.
Well, we did say that Cameron Trask is in the worst position to have to field right now. That sun is killer.
And no sunglasses, like seriously.
Aren't they on your head?
No, they're not mine.
Oh.
Someone stole mine.
So, I don't know if you could hear Cameron Trask agreeing with me that he's in a horrible position and he doesn't have sunglasses. So, and now he's being handed a pair of sunglasses, potentially a ball too late. He had Jack Webster's glasses on his hat, and Jack Webster had his, and that has resulted in 4 runs. Rare thing to say that a sunglasses mishap.
What I will say is that I'd rather have a fielder square of the wicket looking into the sun Dan, have you ever played on a ground where the wicket is east-west?
Yeah, it's just horrible planning.
Played by someone who, well, not playing really, either by someone who hated cricket or didn't know about cricket. Oh, there's space here. Why don't we just put the pitch that way?
Dave Wilson, the one having to deal with the sun. He does have the combo of sunglasses and a floppy. Floppy being a wide brim hat for the non.
There's Americans laughing at you right now.
I'm not talking about a storage device for computers in the late mid-90s.
Juice.
And there is no other thing it could be. Wood's gone after that, but it was straight to white at that short mid-off cover region. We've seen nearly every team employ someone in that position today, so
Well, it's perfect for that in this hit.
yes.
And every now and then you might get a skied catch as they try to get it over you. And every now and then you might be able to take a screener. But it's also a good position from which White can captain the side. He's, as you say, he's been defensive, but he's been precise.
I think he's a neat wicket. But lots of dot balls coming through now.
Yeah, he's gone for the, I mean, I'm one of those cricket lovers who prefers the brilliantly strategic, deceitful way of getting the batters out. But of course, the other way, which I think is worth it in T20 cricket, is to simply dry up the runs and pressure the batter into an error. It's less sexy, but sometimes it's the only option you've got, particularly if the pitch is giving you nothing, as Bryn Llewellyn earlier suggested that it wasn't.
And we haven't seen the power surges in it yet. So that's still an option for these batsmen, something that obviously Harry Wood have in the back of his head as he cracks that one. It'll take some stopping in the field and he does very well after off. That is Jack Beath again. So, in everything right now, Jack Beath, and he's done very, very well out there at long.
Nothing wrong with the fielding of this Moreton Magic side. Perhaps need a little extra strike power in the batting, and the bowling depth is being tested at the moment. But
Well, it's hard to say because they've used 4 bowls.
I think for me it's probably the descent from first and second to third and fourth.
Oh, that was well done again. So the thing with Darcy Murphy, he seems to be able to adjust very well. He saw Harry Wood coming down the wicket, and so he take the pace of the ball and drop it right at Harry Wood's feet there. So that's really well done. He'd be looking to finish this over out with another dot ball, or a wicket. The ultimate dot ball, some would say. And he gets that dot ball. So there you go.
3 overs for 19, Murphy, and just regardless of the runs conceded, he's just looked objectively better as this spell has gone on. So he's impressed, and I think your point about him adjusting to what the match is throwing at him was very good. And for someone, I think he's only 19 or so, and that suggests a good cricket brain. And yes, I just said that about a fast bowler.
Well, Chris Abbey to continue, I'm just going to leave that. Because who knows with your insights here, considering Chris Abbey's an off-spinner in your mind, Murphy might be 45. Cameron Trask letting everyone know that he does have his sunglasses on now, so he will be able to see the ball, which is a good step up.
Oh, he scored 60, leave him alone.
69, huh?
69 it was.
Hey.
Child.
I was just excited for the score. He batted very well. Wood on strike. Abbey completes his spot. Jeez, that kept very low again. I will say, if you watch the feet of Harry Wood, there's a lot of dust all of a sudden coming out of his wicket. So, we've mentioned how hot it is, so we're doing it down. It's definitely drying now. Oh!
Beautiful work. Lured out of the pitch by a slightly more flighty delivery from Abbey. And how quick was the stumping from Schubert?
It was so quick I thought he got bowled for three. Great work. And that's a big wicket as the Power captain will make his way off.
29 off 37, Harry Wood. And he came in at a time of the innings when less than a run a ball is perfectly acceptable. But what he will hope is that he hasn't left the remaining batters with too much to do. And certainly in terms of runs per ball, it's not even close to that at the moment. But again, just every time you give the opposition a bit of encouragement, you risk them taking control of the contest. So it's up to...
Dylan McLaughlin is making his way out.
Yes.
Now he's the one I said when he was warming up, everything was coming out of the middle. So that could mean absolutely nothing. Or it could mean he's ready to steer his team to a victory here. It's interesting. Good sides put their foot on the opposition's neck and they absolutely crush it out of them. And in both of these games, the Power haven't really done that. So obviously, both times they've come out firing us around, Paulson specific. But once he leaves, there's almost a big lull. Now Jake Cross batted very well in both games. Full credit to him. But they just haven't been able to put that finishing blow into any team.
Yeah, they just did enough in the... just enough, but they were in cruise control for a long time in the win over the Rockets, and if they're in cruise control now, and I don't think they are, I think they've been held back by some smart bowling, but you're right, if they wanted to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, then they haven't got it at all.
Jack Beast drawing the short straw of having the field with the sun in the rise now. He's employing the hand up. As that ball absolutely beats Dylan McLaughlin outside the top side.
If there's not much turn, then he's beating with length there.
Oh! So, hustle through for a single there. Bring well and very quick between the wickets. But McLaughlin was just nowhere near playing that ball where it ended up being.
The amount of bounce that Abbey is getting is varying wildly, and because of the variance, I can't help but think it's deliberate that he's changing trajectory, wrist action, all of that.
Llewellyn on strike. Murphy there at backward point. You are watching the Mazda Brisbane Premier League. Our official partners are obviously Mazda, but also the Queensland Cricketers Club Group, Forex and Sports. Big thanks to everyone that supported this competition, and thanks to your review. So thought about two there. But Brimlow quickly sending them back.
So 44 runs required off 6 overs. You'd still favour the Power with 7 wickets in hand, but kudos to the Magic. They have never let go of this contest.
It looks like we're going to see a bowling change here because Murphy's not walking towards wickets at all. And actually, it seems like Jack Webster is running up, but he may just be able to... It does ignore what I just said.
I think we might be looking at Callum Stitt, who is another country legend, this time from Bundaberg. Played a lot of cricket. I believe for Queensland country, but certainly a bit of a legend in the Bundaberg competition. And again, another outside the box, and by the box I mean southeast Queensland, pick for the Moreton Magic.
So the first right arm pace bowler they used. He's a fairly fresh batsman at the crease. Time to come on and bowl. Oh, and he's still on the edge. It's fallen short of first slip, so it's probably second slip.
Listen, there seems to be a bit of sling in the action, which often means that if the ball is going to swing away from the right hander, then he's giving the ball every chance to do that.
That ball probably fell 2 metres short of coming from. That's a great ball.
Bit of pace as well.
They're going to get runs and they're going to get 2 out of it. There's no one who's ended up fielding that has run a long way to get there. And it's almost, you've got to almost think as a bowler that's yours. Because he's just dropped it in there just off to the side of the pitch. And the man that's fielded it, who is Jack Webster, has run from deep long.
Yes. No, that's a good call. And possibly...
Well, they've moved Murphy in now to cover that spot. But do you think the bowler could have prevented that from being a 2 and kept 6 to 1? But, 2 a week ago. Another good ball.
He has bowled 3 deliveries of full length though, so once you let the batters settle...
Bit of cheekiness going on out there. Little McLaughlin sort of on the throw, having a little walk down just in case there was a problem.
A little bit of guile over them straight. Impressive start by Spit.
Top ball. Outside the off stump. Bryn Llewellyn begging for a wide there.
I think Llewellyn backed away to lead and made that look wider than it was.
Same thing again now. And Llewellyn once again looks up at the umpire. The umpire has, as we said earlier, all the umpiring staff is in very good shape.
Wearing black in the hot sun as well. So just 3 runs off the over from Spit so far.
That would be a lot.
But again, thinking, bowled the slower ball, didn't want to get Llewellyn comfortable with what he was facing. Changed it up. Wasn't quite there, but the backs get to come back.
Well, this is White had a chance to remove Bryn Llewellyn there with a direct hit. Pretty sure a direct hit would have sent him home. Unfortunately, a direct hit when you've got one stump to aim at is one of the most difficult things.
So 5 runs off that over, 39 required off the last 5. Even when Paulson was run out, even when Wood got out, really, I still thought the power were in command, but this partnership has not got going.
And Abby's going to continue, which will be his last, I believe, at this end. I think the replacement of Sweat coming fast with it, he's pushing up now. From long off, and now he's up at a more of a close role.
Hard dash. Yeah, nice. Yeah, mate.
And Darcy Murphy picks that up to keep it to distance.
The tails are up, and they suddenly realise they've got a chance at this.
Good win for the middle.
Well, no, the power is strong.
Jack Fish moving around. That's a beautiful one-handed pickup. A couple of times he's done that. Definitely backs himself in the field.
Between Webster, Wilson, and Beef, and a few others, very good field inside the Magic.
Oh! Bit cheeky from the Watson there. A reverse sweep.
Is reverse sweep still cheeky, or is it now just standard repertoire?
I guess so, but I guess we haven't really seen it today, so
Not today, no.
gets the single for it.
It's in one successful round and one unsuccessful one.
Sure.
It's lovely driving actually. It's probably been the feature of today's play all up.
And there's a traditional sweep from Bryn Llewellyn just for a single.
Good feeling again.
Couple dot balls here would be big for the Magic. Chris Savage to produce a wicket.
So much the better.
This is not the part of the game where you want to fresh batsman. Just because you get into the point where it's probably a batsman that hasn't batted yet. Single again.
That's 6 runs off this over, so that's the minimum for the power. Been a couple of big shots, but they've gone 2 fieldsmen. Abby's final delivery. Shaky start for 2 balls, nothing shaky since.
Murphy there is going to launch it to the bowler zone. And just a single again.
So 8 and over required. 32 from 24 balls. Both sides will fancy themselves, and rightly so.
Oh, have this game. And they just took their foot off the gas and almost relaxed. I mean, the Magic have bowled and fielded really, really well, but it was definitely the Power's game to win at a point there. And it was when we were talking about Harry Wood putting his foot down and aiming for that bonus point, and instead he almost put a handbrake on it.
Well, the next ball was a wicket, I think, and Abby took a wicket, and I think that arrested the momentum, and suddenly it changed the mindset of the Power as well.
He is owning that wide outside off line for Bryn Llewellyn, and Bryn Llewellyn is doing nothing about it.
No, he's played the same shot. Each of the 3 balls he's missed outside off. Try
Well,
something different. Step across
Yeah,
to off.
he hasn't moved his feet at all, so he's just almost trying to sell the wide more than he is trying to actually impact the ball.
Good control from Stick to make sure it's within that window, as it were.
Got ball again. That was a change. Ball that was short and right at Llewellyn's body. And Llewellyn went to the pull shot and then like to see him right back to Stick. So it's almost advanced Magic.
Withholding judgment to the end of the over. As you know, I'm not the kind of person who goes for early outlandish predictions.
I mean, I guess it wasn't overly out there. You did your research.
31 off 21.
Very, very doable.
Completely agree with you. And it's also completely defendable.
So to update you on your Southern Rockets, they're going to need 40 off the last. That's in the air from McLaughlin. Good work in the field.
Plenty of toe to get round there.
Yes,
That was Thomas Nicholson out on the far boundary, who looked interested in the catch for just a little moment. But yes, my Rockets, how they're doing.
Yeah, they need 40 off the last.
If they can just milk a couple of no balls.
But I think the problem there is their top 5 all with strike rates between 50 and 90. Another dot ball. This is a really good over. That's 3 runs off it so far with 1 ball. And in the other parts of the ground, Western Tower versus Moreton Magic, as you can tell, right in the balance. But the Gold Coast Wave Riders have knocked off the Coastal Marlins. There's put the Marlins with the Pirates on 0-2 to start the tournament. And the Magic has...
Hello?
Oh, he's driven him.
I thought he might have got it home, but I'm in the wrong position. That is superb fielding. Excellent take.
Really good.
Excellent take from Schubert to get back down to the stumps quickly. And that wicket not only saves a run, which means it's 28 required off 18, but as you say, brings a new batter to the crease. And I'm now prepared to say, well, I'm not prepared to call a win for the Magic, not by any stretch.
No.
But in terms of who's got the ascendancy now, for mine, for the first time in the match, the Magic just went ahead.
And Harry Austin is the man coming to the crease with the departure of Dylan McLaughlin there. I can only assume his bat was in the air. And work to be done
Very interesting to know.
for Harry Austin and the Western Tower here. But the thing would be, if the Magic loses, we'd have 3 teams that would be 0-2. The Rockets, the Marlins, and the Magic are the other one. Which makes you think we might have a very big divide after week 1 between the powerhouse teams and...
It's a Final Four, just a straight knockout series, and I guess what the tournament doesn't want is to have only 5 teams competing for those final spots fairly early in the comp. But we don't know, which is part of the fun of it. And goodness knows, so many T20 competitions have been won by teams that started horrendously. And then...
Oh, I mean, the Brisbane Heat did that.
Second year of it, yeah.
But safe to say, with Gold Coast Wave Riders, they're now 2-0, along with what, barring some sort of miracle on field 1 right now, being Moreton.
Oh, for one moment, I thought that had been edged through.
Kept very, very low.
We haven't mentioned yet, it's Tom Nicholson who's bowling at this end, taking over some more leg spin, or as I call it, off spin.
And showing that they have lost the Harry Wood of captaincy on field 2 at this stretch. Like your spinner from the airfield end.
Learn from what's successful.
Abounding here. And Austin, Womford was the big move down the wing. Good adjustment. They need Britton-Llewellyn right now. Britton-Llewellyn needs to be the one to really put the foot down. If the Power are going to win this, Llewellyn needs to put a couple in one of these gaps. That's a tough ball to do it with. Drop ball. A lot of flight on the ball there. Tough gig for him too, mate. Coming in very late, game on the line, as a spinner. And essentially being told, go win us this game. Well flighted there. A quick single, and I'll make it.
Nicholson's done well on the money straight away. And you're good on you for pointing out just what he's trying to do at the moment, the pressure that he's under. You're absolutely right, he's stepped in and that's perfect.
Harry Austin on strike. That beat pushing back to the ground. The cow corner.
Deep square bogus.
It's a lovely little sweet shot. It's only going to be probably 2. But Harry Austin, a decent sign there for the Power, and that's his second ball he's faced, and he put that right out of the middle of the bat.
Into a gap as well. Didn't get every biscuit that time, but he made sure that he got to, not through the strength of the shot, but through placement.
Yes, so hopefully he can show us something here and get this Power team going. And as I say that, he's out. So tell you what, we've really done him over then. He's a great ball though from Nicholson. So it was right length. He had Austin reaching, which in the motion, it's very hard not to do. And that motion, your back foot is going to come up. And that's exactly what's happened. As you mentioned previously, Hubert's hands.
It's, I remember Shane Warne, whenever he's giving bowling coaching that I've seen on TV, he says, I think differently from most bowlers in that I think about what shot I want the batsman to play. And I feel that Nicholson was a bit like that then. He thought, okay, how do I want to get this wicket? I want to lure the batsman out. And so he found his length. It looked to me like there was a little bit of overspin there just to change the length, make the batsman second guess. That was absolute leg spinning 101 there. So exactly how you want to take wickets. Lure the batsman out and then fool them, make them look silly.
And when you've got a good keeper to back you up, then that brings Michael Sickle to the crease, an absolute veteran of the scene. Will have been in many of these sort of tough situations before, so won't be overshadowed by the moment. But again, Bryn Llewellyn, all eyes on him.
I don't know yet how important this match is in the context of the tournament. It's 23 required off 12. Comes in.
Straight away, there goes Bryn Llewellyn. That is a brilliant catch by Chris Abbey. Chris Abbey has had a monumental impact on this game with his bowling and now followed up with his work in the field. The Magic now looking very, very strong to take this game out. I was saying that Bryn Llewellyn needed to make it happen because he's just kind of in there.
Occupied.
He's just sort of existing. And now he's on his way back to the pavilion in Alex Welch will join Sipple. So we're going to have two guys that haven't faced the ball yet at the crease trying to win this game for the Western Tower.
Every Magic bowler has improved the longer they've gone on. I think even Preston White was a little loose to begin with. But every single one of them has taken 3 or 4 balls and then found what they're doing. Murphy's had a couple of overs off. Came in straight away with a good ball that required, because of the run rate required, needed the batsman to do something extra, and Murphy didn't give him enough to work with, as well as an excellent catch by Chris Abbey, who, as you say, has just looked for opportunities to impose himself on the game and taken pretty well all of them. Will we be looking back on finals day and saying, well, the Magic wouldn't be in the position they are now if they hadn't won that game on day one?
You really want to make big future predictions.
Well, as someone who loves the history of sport, I'm very, very good at predicting the past. And so, but I think it's not so much that I'm predicting what's going to happen, it's more that in a few weeks' time, this match is going to have a greater context than it does now. And I do like to speculate on what that context might be, because it could be that this is looked back upon as a key match.
It's in the air from Welsh, and it's caught. And the wheels are well and truly coming off here to the tower. And the question becomes, and I'm going to put it to you, Daniel, do you think that part of what we're seeing here is the fitness part of them playing back-to-back games in what can only be described as scorching sunlight?
And it is something, now, what I'm about to say is not a criticism of the people who have done the draw. It is impossible to do a draw that is completely even and fair to everyone by every standard. But I was looking to see who had the most early morning games, who had the most back-to-back games. And I know for a fact that the draw has been designed to try and even all of that out as much as possible.
Very good.
But it's mathematically impossible to make it completely fair for everyone. But you're right, there's got to be some advantage to having had a 2-hour rest that the Magic have had today. And they won't have that in the future weeks. Whereas the Power won't have to play back-to-back the way they have today. But I do think you're onto something there by identifying that as a factor, yes.
Well, when Nathan Murray was here with me, I asked him about that, about playing back-to-back, and he said it wasn't such a big deal for them because they had the early game, so it wasn't hot. But the Power haven't had that. They played 2 games in the middle of the day in this heat. So, interesting. They didn't have to wake up at 3 a.m. like Murray said, the boys from the Pirates. So they've gone after that one though. Sippel, he hasn't got all of it. So they're only going to get 2, but good intent.
Well, in this situation, Sippel's hand has been forced, but he's played enough cricket that I think he possibly would have come out and played this way anyway. Had he come out here 5-6 overs ago, he would have recognised the potential danger in the situation, the power,
And again,
found themselves in here.
it could be pure Michael being someone of a self-deprecating cricketer as he air serves that ball as it goes for that ball. But I did, as I said, speak to him before game 1, and he said he was expecting to be about 15th man for the Power, but due to injuries and other unavailabilities of certain players, he finds himself in the run on side to back-to-back games. Now in game 1 he didn't bat or bowl, but we'll see him obviously having to come in at the most critical of critical moments. Good shot. 1, 2 bounces, 4 runs for Sippel. That's the way.
And that's crucial because they now need 17 off the final over. They did need 21, a dot ball there. I realise it's only 4 runs, but that's incredible. Murphy finishes with 2 for 25, and I think that's outstanding in the circumstances. It didn't start all that well, but that final over, sure, he went for 4 off the last ball against a great cricket legend, no shame there. But no, I've been impressed with Murphy today and his resilience to come back from a few false starts.
It will be tough there at something because it looks like Stick's going to come in to bowl the last.
Perfect.
And he's bowled very, very well today. So didn't give up much in the way of opportunities. So big opportunity here, but a lot of work to be done for the Tower, and young Jasper Sumner is the one that's going to have to do it as he has the strike with the veteran Michael Sippel at the non-strike. Sumner will be fresh though. Crack that down the ground. Only one there. Sippel, the slower of the two, would have been running to the danger end and probably wants to be on strike. Slightly more set by maybe 1 or 2 balls, but
Yeah. But also been there, done that, and I don't think Sumner would object to saying, okay, you show me what to do, I'll learn from it, and then when I'm your age, I'll be able to do it as well.
and I don't think a run out would be ideal right now. So Sippel needs to repeat the last ball he faced. And he has. Oh, there's a fielder out there. It's not going to carry, unfortunately. It's all the way and will be caught. Once again, Chris Abbey.
Superb fielding. Again, he didn't have much to do, but just he was so self-assured. Really, the situation created that wicket. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the ball from Steve. It was just a good vanilla regulation delivery. But he knew that, okay, if I just don't make a mistake, Sippel's got to make the running. And on this occasion, it's now 4 a ball, 16 off 4, and the Magic from a position where they probably weren't the favourites even at the halfway mark of this innings.
No.
They certainly are now. It would, we'll put it this way, if the Power win this from here, we are going to be talking about it for a long, long time.
And Donald White is the man joining some of the thing to notice about the Magic is they didn't really celebrate that weekend. So there was the cheer, but there wasn't all gathering around the bowler. It is straight back to business. They're here to wrap this up and head home. Ace Sumner's gone big over the top. So Abby's moved in from where he just caught that ball. That's the right-hander, and that's 4 runs. I mean, that's exactly what the Power needed. And Jay Sumner says, "Yep, I got this, boys."
Of course, Abby moved in because he was at the cow corner for the left hand and probably thought, oh, there's no way a tail-end batsman's going to hit 4 over. Oh, whoops. So,
But as you said, Jasper Sumner didn't bowl.
yes.
So, and from that shot, he obviously has something with the bat.
Oh, look, I said tail-ender out of rhythm. It was the wrong description. Apologies.
But there's a very, very good ball. And that very well could be the game there.
Well, it's 11 off 2 now, so even more so than before. Put it this way, if Donald White can hit 2 sixes to win here, he will never have to buy another drink.
I think that's facetious.
No, it's ambitious.
Well, he went for it.
As he should.
He went for the full-blooded swing. They're going to try and go for 2. There's a chance of a run out. They won't get it, but this is the Magic's game now, barring a string of no balls. And an absolutely fantastic effort from the Magic to win this game. Can't help but think a little bit of mismanagement of the innings from the bat. One more to the score to finish it off. And there we have it. A great win by the Magic. Run us through the stats.
It's a 7-run victory to the Magic. The scorecard here are the power finish on 7 for 126. The top score was Jake Cross at the top of the order, 33 from 25. Harry Wood, 29 runs, second top score, but 37 deliveries. Steve Paulson, 18 from 15. Dylan McLaughlin, 13 from 16. The bowling figures, Preston White, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Ibsen went for 37 from his 4. Darcy Murphy, 2 for 25 off his 4. And Chris Abbey, 2 for 24 off his 4. With 2 catches. I was wrong about the bowling depth for the Magic. Their bowling depth is just fine, thank you very much. Callum Stitt, 1 for 18 off his 3. And Thomas Nicholson had to come in and do a job late in the innings, turned up with 1 for 5. That's an outstanding team performance from the Moreton Magic, who do not have big names in this side. I think Nick Buchanan might be on their books, but he obviously not here today. The Magic have surprised me just then, and I suspect they've not created the last surprise that they will in this tournament. It's been wonderful to watch them.
Couple moments to bring up, and we can't not think about the run out of sequence.
And I mean, Jake Cross knew that he made an error and called him through for that, but that's not to take anything away from Jed Wilson, who seized the moment spectacularly. All his fielding skill came to the fore. We saw that he was not alone in being a superb fielder for the Moreton Magic, and we've already singled out people like Jack Webster and Jack Beach. Even Preston White himself. In fact, there wasn't a weak fielder on the side. Chris Abbey, of course, excellent catching and some good ground fielding as well. They are a deep unit, the Moreton Magic. It's been a pleasure to watch them, and for them to get us a win over what we know is a strong side in the Western Power, that was a wonderful cricket match to watch.
There you go. We walk away with 2 teams at 1-1 for the tournament. This has been the Mazda Brisbane Premier League, and we will be back next week. Well, Daniel won't have the play, but we will be back next week. Same bat place, same bat channel. Alright, so pack all this.
We packed ourselves it up, but I reckon the Frog Box guys would rather be, okay, you touch my stuff and you die. But this mic obviously came from somewhere, so I should probably return that to Mr. Fitzgerald. Oh, thanks for your work today, Bill.
It's on.
Nothing like better than cold chips and hot Coke.
Oh no!
How many schedules can Joel lose in one day?
Yeah. I have no idea what that on one.
Oh. Not worth lying about, I would suggest.
It was a good game, eh? I thought Magic gonna lose that one.
Yeah, well, that's
It was a run a ball game. It was
That was
so easy game, and I just could not believe it. They can't make it.
no the Power will be kicking themselves about that one.
Yeah, definitely.
And like full credit to the Magic. They bowled well, they fielded well, but the power just took their foot off the gas.
Exactly. You don't have to do anything, just single double, you know, just take it and single double. And
Oh yeah, they're a bit.
I was saying, I was like, if I'm Harry Wood right now, when he was out there, I'm thinking about the bonus point. I'm thinking,
of course.
let's go after this next over. Instead, they were like, form wicket. Like,
Yeah, and that's it. If you lose a wicket going for it, then you just